Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, and time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream, so let's get started. Alright, how's everybody doing today? Starting out a little bit late because I had a DAT consortium meeting. That got wrapped up, everything was all good there, and so now we're getting started, and we got a couple of issues to jump into at the beginning of the stream. The first one is that yesterday when we solved the case sensitivity problem, as we were aware as we were going into it, there were two conflicts in the Citizen1 server of people who had created either communities or users, which we call citizens, with the same, basically, username, but with a difference in case sensitivity. One of them was the Texas community. There was one capitalized and one not capitalized, and then Solo, as one of our users, did the same thing, created two accounts, one with the capitalized and one without. The way that our code fixed it meant that whenever a duplicate was found during load, it just got skipped and not loaded up, and Solo got in touch saying, "Oh no." That was the one that got skipped was the one that is their main account, and so we need to fix that. So I believe Solo is going to be joining us on the stream here in a second, and the thing we need to figure out first of all is which one do they want to keep. Which one do they want to get rid of? And then we're going to need to create a tool for people, for the server administrator to be able to remove accounts. And this is going to be a somewhat, I mean, it's probably going to stick around. It's probably not going to be a temporary tool. Generally speaking, in the future, whenever a user is removed or a community is removed from a server, it should actually be going into a sort of deactivated state rather than just flatly removed. The reason for that being that in the deactivated state, they won't be able to continue, creating posts and things like that, but it needs to be put into a state where the previous user can rehome to a new server. And so we don't really want to have one of the main tools being just a remove from server tool. Except that there are cases like this where something has just gone funky with the data and we need a tool to fix it. So that is why we're going to be adding that tool today. So I believe Solo is going to be joining us in the stream here in a bit to help us out with that, but before they manage to, we'll get started on that tool for removing users. Let me just tweet real quick that we started the stream. All right. One other issue that we're getting reported. I have not logged this yet. Guess not. Some folks are hitting a situation in which the notifications feed is just spinning in a loading state. Not sure what that's about. So after we handle this situation for Solo, we'll see if we can fix the situation for the other people. For all we know, they could be related. Might have something to do with the, additional, the bad state users, the ones that are not getting loaded. Something else I saw is that this is. Seems like maybe comments being deleted are not getting de-indexed from comment threads. So we need to look into that as well. So let's get started. We're going to make this a loopback API. Oh yeah, I should, you're right. Done. The fabled SEO. Let us all bow our heads in reverence to the great and mighty SEO. Is the function delete or del? I think it may actually be del. It's del. So that's the record updates, and then do we have teardown code yet? We do. That's good. Okay. pretty straightforward. Now let's jump into our terminal UI. And we have a menu which shows up when you have highlighted a database, which is right here. And that menu is, where is that defined? Okay, it looks actually there's no menu on these yet. All right. All good, Solo? So, what I need to find out from you... Yeah. So, it's the one that's capitalized that you want to keep, right, Solo? You want the lowercase one. You know what just occurred to me is that unloaded databases won't be visible here. Well, so they weren't merged together. It's just that when there's a username conflict, one of them doesn't get loaded now because it's all case sensitive now. So what we gotta try to do is figure out which is the one that we intend to keep, and then remove the other one. So we might actually want to do this a somewhat different way, because we might actually need to create a user screen. It's not overwritten. Why don't I look real quick to see what key is being run. Hey, Winnie. Welcome back. So the one currently getting loaded is the capitalized one. Yeah, and it's using a different, and that just maps to a different database than the one you shared in the chat. So I think we know what we're doing here. I think we know which one to get rid of. It's the one that's capitalized. So, cool. Let's go ahead and add a users TUI. Yeah, I come around every once in a while. Yeah. Actually, let's call this the accounts view. Certainly not this particular error shouldn't happen again. This was directly connected to the fact that we were not respecting case sensitivity, so it was possible to create users with conflicting names. That is no longer possible, so this particular issue shouldn't be able to happen again. Okay, we now have a means to list the accounts. Let's actually call them, yeah, let's keep it as accounts. Okay, so we should be good to go. Terrible failure. Am I doing something here that's throwing an exception? I'm just gonna give a little shout out to how sweet it is that I can jump into the logs real fast. My software usually isn't this good on the server side. Ah. The old const coming to bite me. Still not working. That's not good. Got a namespace conflict. Or just more accurately, a names conflict. There we are. Um, so there's a couple of ways that funding has come in. A lot of it is donations. And then I have some angel investors that I initially raised money for Beaker to fund. The lead of them being Peter Wang, who's somebody that I've mentioned before. Peter's on Citizen. Just a very brilliant guy who lives here in Austin. Is the CEO of Anaconda, which if you're involved in Python data science, you probably have come across. And actually, the funny story about this is that, it was a pivot, in a way, from Beaker. But in some ways, it was the other way around. It was Peter convincing me to follow through with this as opposed to the Uplink project, which is focused on just kind of like a peer-to-peer file sharing solution. Because I was very burnt out on social at the end of last year. And wasn't sure if it was something I wanted to pursue again, but at around mid-January, I was starting to have a lot of the ideas come together for what would ended up becoming Citizen. And so he kind of sat me down and was like, I think you'd be out of your mind not to go ahead and pursue Citizen. So I don't know if we would have ended up doing it or not without him pushing it, but definitely that conversation I had with him was one of the moments where I was like, yeah, you know what, I think he's right. I think I'd be crazy not to go through with this. I'm glad he did, because I'm really enjoying the hell out of this project. It was one of those conversations where, like, he was being nice, but you could hear in his voice him being like, I'll kill you if you don't stick with the Citizen. So okay, here we go, y'all. Have I thought about that? I don't know if I have. Certainly hasn't really seriously crossed my mind. You think we should? Yeah, I agree. CS would be that's a pretty fun job. All right, Frank. You're an all right person, but it's time for you to get the axe. It's nothing personal. Just don't like you very much. I may have needed to restart. Oh no. Looks like he was deleted. There we go. Interesting that it's still in this listing though. Interesting. Okay. So one thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to update delete user. Wouldn't an anarchist still consider themselves to be a citizen of the world or similar? You know, let me respond to that in a second. Some of the motivation or the thinking around the citizen name came around the idea of just, being a citizen of an online community, thinking of it as virtual society. Okay, interesting. So, a couple of interesting things there. Let's see here. And that logic of thinking about virtual society is connected to a basic sense that I have that the way that things work now is we have social but not society. Yeah. And social is the quality of a space. And to my thinking, it is, in a way, kind of a insult to people to bring them into a social space and then sort of hide the society of the space away from them. Oh, you know what? Might be. There we go. Failed to delete user Frank. Oh, you know why it didn't show as an error. Let's double check that that works as expected. That should be shown as a failure. I apologize. I want to respond to y'all, but I need to fix this. So that failure ought to be throwing. Oh, because I had to suppressing the error. Stupid. we go. Yeah, so just thinking about how we are actually a part of a virtual society here, and if it's having the attribute of social without society means that you're just not involved in the governance or the management of the social space. So I'm keen to change that. That's where that kind of comes from. Yeah, I don't know if I would call Facebook antisocial per se. I mean, there's certainly attributes of it that I would make that strike, but amongst the framework that I'm talking about here, it's more that they are anti-society. An anarchist would probably, either want to run their own server or have a version of the software that runs on desktop / mobile, which in the long run should be possible. We'll come back to that monetization thing in a moment because it relates. Okay, so teardown is failing on the private database because it's trying to do teardown of the blobs table, which looks like actually that's always getting created, and so it just need to have the blobs do nothing if it's not actually set up. That should solve that bug. All right. So long, Frank. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah. Well, don't know. Can't please everybody. Yeah. And, internally the network will be called a citizen network, but it's just kind of like, that's not your jam. I don't know. Oh yeah, I don't feel like you're being a party pooper. Yes, that is kind of the vibe that I bring with it. Hey, Lorenzo. Okay. Let's see if anything is like terribly funky here. No, it all seems to be humming along without him. Sorry, Frank, we don't miss you. A little bit of that too. Definitely doing a little bit of a cyberpunk thing. Okay. I think we're good to go here. Solo, I don't know if you're still here.
Citizen.
Uh-oh. Minor documentation change I forgot to pull down.
Citizen.
Okay, so I'm going to do this off stream so that I'm not revealing anything I shouldn't. Hey, Big Tech. So on that question of like monetization, CS, you're saying my company used used to use forum software for internal knowledge bases. Everybody loved it. Maybe on-prem, Citizen for Knowledge bases is a good monetization plan or corporate usage. Product teams can each have their own communities or like customer service communities, product sales, things like that. That is a segment that is actually a very real segment. All right, I got the update done, so let me handle this and then I'll talk more. I need to restart the server. Okay, everybody, a little bit of downtime on the server. My apologies. All right, so while that's restarting. Yeah, so like that's what I think with Microsoft it's called SharePoint, and then Facebook has like an Office, Facebook for the Office or some nonsense like that. So it's a very real market for that. We could build some kind of custom software that's geared towards that. That's like a version of the Citizen server with like enterprise-y features. So like Citizen Enterprise. That's a realistic idea. I don't know. It's kind of hard to know at the outset if that's the winner or not. I'm thinking right now, I'm leaning towards advanced search tags like that. Yeah, I mean the question really with an enterprise version is, can you come up with a feature set that only enterprise would want, and that they would pay additionally for, because you don't want to cripple the core product for it. That's a very, I'm glad you brought that up because I hadn't been thinking about that. And that's a very real option. But right now I'm kind of leaning towards the first way that we could start to monetize is by doing a WordPress.org style of thing, of just having a really simple tool set for creating your own citizen server that we would manage on your behalf in terms of the technical side of things, but being 100% hands off about the actual operation of it, and give you tooling for dealing with it. Okay, so time to delete Solo's account. Don't want to get this wrong. So I'm going to triple check. It's the one that's capitalized we're getting rid of. So Solo, as soon as you can, yeah, I'm 99% sure it's the capitalized one that we're about to nuke. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. All right. Solo on capital, oh, wrong window. Here we go. Solo on capitalized Solo. Deleted. Okay, now I'm going to restart the server again. And hopefully we'll be in business. And as soon as I heavy sweating from Solo. So want to give you the hi sign. The server will be back online, and you can try to sign in Solo, and hopefully we're all set. I have to figure out what to do about having the load time is really not good right now after a server restart, and that's a problem. That means anytime you deploy an update, you got notable downtime. It's also kind of funky because it's loading things up progressively. Okay, so I'll give it a shot. You should be good to go. But yeah, I'm thinking about the WordPress.org approach. And then Solo's back! Good deal. Now we just need to handle the Texas problem. And on that one, I'm just going to delete the one that didn't get loaded. I don't really... One of them had 2 members, one of them had just 1. Oh, you know what? That's a community, and I don't have a tool for deleting a community. Do citizen servers know and or need to care about the running version of remote servers they talk to from a data format perspective? Yes. If they want to interact, yeah. And the design of the system is to move everything into leveraging a... we got 2 mechanisms for servers to interoperate with each other. One of them is server-to-server RPC, and the other is over the Hypercore protocol. So in the data. And our plan is to minimize the server-to-server RPC as much as possible so that you very rarely are adding new server-to-server RPC methods. That's one of the things that is by far the hardest to get a clean upgrade path for. And so we're trying to use that as little as possible. When it comes to data compatibility, that is why this whole database model is got these really strict schemas and kind of not quite URLs, but basically URLs for identifying the data, because that is the core of compatibility. And if you don't have schema agreement, you don't have the ability to interoperate. And so that's how that's engineered to solve that problem. So we need to update the I didn't include a tool for doing the same thing that I just did with communities. And I think I'm just going to take out the filtering that I had so that communities show up in the accounts space. Um, I think the interesting direction we can go with that WordPress.org premise is that basically the front ends of the servers currently they're nothing. They're that dumb ready for action screen, and so it should be relatively trivial to begin to get custom, HTML front ends into the thing, and as you can even start to get into a CMS that is integrating off of the network, and now you're off to the races on some pretty cool stuff. Like it really gets WordPressy then, but like whereas WordPress came from blogging and worked its way into being a CMS, here we'd be starting from basic social networking and then working our way backwards. Okay, that seemed to work fine. Yeah, I think it could be pretty cool.
Citizen.
The other thing that's kind of fun about the idea of going having a front end is like it's quite interesting to think what you could do with a front end whenever of a citizen server, because you have access to this data mesh. So you can start to do some pretty cool stuff, I think, just reading off of the citizen network. You could, in fact, even have a situation in which you're basically running like an online, like a blog or like a community blog or a community media outlet that is just pulling data from that and putting it in a different presentation. And then in some ways, your CMS is actually just the citizen network itself. Exactly right. And you could, go to the website, read it there, and then for social interactions, you open in Citizen. And then your website's publishing is native to a social network. Because it's, the actual raw data is being sent around as like a post or something like that. Okay, server's going down one more time. My apologies. I did start late today because I had a meeting. The DAT consortium meeting. Worked out great for me, though, because I went out drinking with some friends last night, so late start was A-okay with me. Okay. Beers is good. When you say syndication, do you mean like RSS? Cross-posting. Oh, so like posting to multiple communities. Okay. So it looks like the uppercase Texas is the one that won the lottery on loading, so that's the one that gets to survive. Lowercase Texas is out. Yeah, I think cross-posting between multiple communities would be a good idea. I haven't thought about how it would be done yet, but there shouldn't be any terrible complexity to it. Might use a mechanism that's not wholly dissimilar under the hood to like a. Okay, all set. Kind of similar to like a quote retweet. Maybe it wouldn't present itself that way, but actually something similar to a quote retweet might be a good idea as well. Then you're getting into virality mechanics that make me a little nervous, so who knows. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. So, task 1 complete. So now we got phantom comments, so to speak. Now, some of that is happening on account of the naming conflicts. So, like, some of what, basically, the replies that the replies that were by Solo's account that we just restored, they were showing up as kind of like ghost ones. Do we have any? Yep, there's one right there. Now, that was one, again, when Solo was in his lowercase, or his uppercase account there, excuse me. They replied here, so that's why that one has the ghost ones. But I believe I have noticed that deleting a comment doesn't. So now Solo's Solo. The irony that it ended up being Solo of all people is chef's kiss. So let's see what happens to the count if I delete a comment on my test server. And that might be enough to repro it. If it's not updating the count, that just means that our community indexer is not updating the... Okay, so we'll just delete that comment. No, it updated, actually. Well, let's give it a little time. Let's not worry about that for the moment. Because it may have just been related to the... conflicts with Solo's account, and so may not need to worry about it. So let's see, we had 2 people reporting that the notification screen is just a spinner. Mike or Carlos, are y'all possibly on the stream right now? Might be a little easier if y'all were here so I could debug this. One thing I wanted to hit is just improving the spinner so it looks a little nicer. Well, that's a good possible situation, except that they were reporting it prior to me touching the server. So that suggests that this might Oh, brother. Ooh, beer. That suggests that this might be something else. Yeah, I'm not getting it either. It seems to be a couple of particular users running into it. I guess they're not on the stream.
Citizen.
What could be causing this? There's no error showing up in their DevTools, they say. And it doesn't seem to be browser specific. They even mentioned that they're getting counts correctly. So it could be related to something like one of these queries just blocking, which is not something we have sort of run into in the past. But we put a timeout on everything to try to prevent that. So the question is there any action which maybe could be failing in such a way that a little tricky to debug these things when you can't repro them. So the notifications API runs fetch notifications, which is split up into two phases. Fetch notifications inner, which is basically fetching the pointers from the indexes, and then it iterates them and runs fetch notification, which actually gets the related information about the item. Yeah, restarting the servers could do it, but they were running into this problem when I was not restarting the server. This thing actually is set up so that it's supposed to work if the user ID fails to resolve. So that actually ought to work more like that. If we look at the individual queries, we got the fetch notifications inner, it checks your private index. And that ought to be applying a timeout. It's using the list function, and if we look at List function, we find it runs the internal create read stream, and create read stream sets the timeout. Now it's entirely possible, because I haven't been able to confirm one way or another that the timeout actually doesn't solve the problem of that thing just kind of blocking like that. Same story here. And then over here we do one more get, and get likewise sets that timeout right there. And that's it. Those are all the reads. You might be right. I'm going to go ahead and deploy this. Did I even make a significant tweak here? Not really. Well, guess we're just going to have to keep an eye out for this problem.
Citizen.
I think there may have been some other reported issues. Let's take a quick look and see if anybody had anything here. I actually agree about this. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. Little floated compose button. Is that right? That might... Lorenzo, can you share the community you were trying to join? Nah, there's big tech right now. There's not even any kind of mentions mechanism implemented. Mentions are one of those things you would think, like, yeah, just get it done, you know? It's actually one of the bigger pains in the butt. It's a solid day of work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would like to know why, you know, why the error message is wrong, but other than that, it's all kind of a known issue. Well, yeah, it's a little. There's a. Yeah, I didn't even consider the search part of it. I guess you could do it where it just, searches from your follows and maybe also people that are in the same community as you. So we could figure that out, but yeah, no, blah, blah. Yeah, I've got mixed feelings about hashtags in general. But yeah, I think probably something like a hashtag or a mention would get put in the post metadata somehow. Beautiful. Nailed it. Yeah, I'm kind of inclined not to do hashtags. Well, just have a different mechanism than hashtags. Some other different tagging system. Just because in a lot of ways, I just think it's a uninteresting mechanism. It's been kind of explored, and I think we can try something new and try to find something else interesting. I can understand asking for it. It's not like I can't believe you asked for it, but I just think we can try something else. Yeah. Yeah, I've just never felt like the Twitter hashtag achieved what it was supposed to. I don't know yet, what it should be instead, but it's just not quite interesting enough. Their algorithms are definitely a big part of it. Yeah. Alright, how's that positioning feel? That's about what they did. Okay, now let's focus on that icon. What options do we have? I think the kind of feather thing might be a little more obvious in terms of compose. Like that. That gets real strong rip-off territory, because that's exactly what Twitter does. But it just has a slightly more obvious connotation, because that kind of makes me think edit as opposed to compose. Plus that looks pretty nice. Might be a little big right now. $70, $12.12. Megaphone? I don't know. This is a pretty common, compose icon. I suppose that technically in the kind of like tablet form it probably ought to show up too. Yeah. Let's have it go away at LG. One other thing is if you're in one of your communities, it probably ought to default to posting to that community. It's a little funky in tablet form. I agree about that, Lorenzo. Really, what I'm more inclined, my thinking is more around whether or not to do hashtags or something else. Hashtags are a pretty well established pattern, of course, but I also never fucking use them. I think we might be able to explore a different approach to tags that might be more interesting. Later, Nish. Okay. Yeah, I feel like what you're talking about there, about what Facebook does. Why isn't it auto loading? Ah, that's fine. Yeah, what you're talking about with like what Facebook does, that almost seems like getting into like structured actions. There we go.
Citizen.
Yeah, I agree. There's something like kind of fundamentally uncool about using hashtags. I guess part of it is too with Twitter. It's like when you're tagging something, you're doing it purely to like promote your post to try to elevate its visibility to people because it's such a short form medium. The tagging has no kind of like interesting meaning beyond just hey, more people see this. But tags, if the system around tags had a sort of was connected to a sense that you're creating longevity of the information in some way, might have a different vibe. Okay, for some reason, the floating compose button on iOS is like way up in the top right corner. Other than that, it's great. Well, CS, I think maybe that would just be accomplished more by communities. Now, why would it do that? There is nothing wrong with... The question really comes down to whether or not hashtags... I mean, here's a real simple way to put it. Are they cool? That is what this comes down to. Hashtags on Twitter are not really cool. And... okay, I'm guessing that there's just something wrong with that. That's a little tricky. Alright, it's time to get my dev tools involved. And I think the reason that hashtags aren't cool on Twitter is that they really serve no other purpose than promoting your tweet to people you haven't met before. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but it's kind of lame. Not super lame, but lame enough that, I stay away from it, and most people I know stay away from it. But again, if it's like accomplishing a task like this is information that you want to stick around, maybe that changes the vibe a little bit. Hashtags aren't cool. You know what's cool? $1 billion. Wait a minute. All right, let's see here. There it is. Huh. Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of getting at is the global database thing. Interesting that that is doing like exactly the opposite of what it's supposed to do. It's a little bit small right now, so I need to make it bigger. Actually, maybe even a little bigger than that. It's not a real size. Not 20. 20 is not a real size. 22 is not a real size. Actually, it might be a real size, and it's just not included in the build. Okay, 16 is real size. Actually, that looks right. And we got it at 100 pixels, which kind of moves around as you scroll, but it looks alright. Alright, I'm good with that. So we'll set the bottom to 100 pixels, and we'll change the dimensions to 1616. Okay. Making friends isn't cool. You know what is cool? 1 billion friends. It's from The Social Network, the movie about Facebook. So hashtags are working pretty well in SSB. I don't think I've tried it since hashtags got introduced. The P2P community is kind of blowing up. Oh no. Solo. I think. Huh, interesting. P2P community may not have an admin right now. That's odd. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's hilarious. I gotta fix that. Yeah, the P2P community is adminless right now. Thankfully, I got a tool to fix that. Hashtags and SSB are the communities, basically. That works. Say what? Billion means basically a trillion in Portugal? That is really confusing, Paulo. I can't believe that. Okay. So, I think the time has come. I've tried to put it off as long as possible, but I can put it off no longer. I think it's time to get the forgotten password flow, the email confirmation flow, and the change password flow done. It's a sad day. Paulo, so how much is a, well, this, so how do you talk about, yeah, how do you do like, how do you say a billion? What's the word for billion? CS, if you just follow my, my book, How to Get $1 Billion by just believing in yourself, you'll find all the steps you need. Okay, so node mailer, one of our options. $1,000 millions. Shouldn't, so does the word billion in English, is it like the same word as your word for, is it like, you know, what is the word that you're talking about that gets confused? This is really important for the development of Citizen. I think we should stop everything until we I'm just really fascinated by this because like that's a really interesting semantic confusion. Yeah, so what is the word, Paula, that you're saying people would use for billions? Because I'm wondering if it's like a translation thing where like, okay, if you're translating, I assume this is it, like if you're translating from billion in English to the same idea in Portuguese. You just have to translate it to mil. Oh boy, mil milos. My Portuguese is not very good. I'm not very strong on my Portuguese. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that's not super surprising. A lot of languages have different way. Like French has a kind of unusual way of counting too, if I remember right. Portugal is in Oregon, right? Portugal, Oregon, where all the hipsters live. Y'all chose to join this live stream, so when the lame jokes come, that's really on you. Nobody really knows where Portugal is. Okay, what am I doing? I think Node Miller is what I've used in the past. It's got a wild flower of Latin. Well, it's hard to beat that description. So it's got sort of a pluggable transport thing. It's got a test system, as I recall. Yep. So that's good. It's hard to know who exactly to blame for what's happening here. I believe also, like, I gotta do this off stream because I don't want to share any Google Cloud stuff, but I think Google Cloud has I'm sure they have a mailing service that I'll want to tap into for this. So we'll have to have some kind of way to configure whatever your cloud environment is. It may just work off of an SMTP endpoint, but I really don't know actually. And where would this even be under? It doesn't appear to be under networking. Maybe operations? Trying to find, like, how a cloud provider like Google Cloud or Amazon is going to categorize their different systems is always a real treat. I guess I'll just have to search for it. Okay, sending email from an instance. Yeah, choose an email provider. Okay, so it looks like they actually don't have one. It's funny that they're listing SendGrid, Mailgun, or Mailjet, but not mentioning Amazon SES. But they do offer a free tier to compute customers. Okay, don't bite my butt. No biting my butt. Talking to the cat. Let me get her something so she doesn't bother me. What's up, little baby? I guess you could use Google Workspace, but my. Anybody have any opinions on an email provider? She's giving me a little claw on the butt. That's how she do. Gotta have some kind of answer to a forgotten password. Social recovery. CS, you're violating my rule of no novel pains in the butt. Hang on, I need to pop out real quick. Be right back. So yes, I feel like we need to invent our own new fancy algorithm, you know? Coins, NFTs, it's already old news. The real things. CQYs. And now it's up to us to figure out what a CQY stands for. But that's the new hotness, CQYs. You get a secondary password to reset the first, and a token to replace it that you could store safely somewhere. Without either one, you're out forever. If we were talking about, like, a private, like a signal, like a private encrypted messaging channel, or we were talking about something for managing your wallet, that would be one thing. But we're talking about social stuff. I don't know if we need to be doing something super novel here. I mean, we'll get encryption at some point, but we don't have like a big I don't know if we need to be doing something novel to solve this. More the argument that appeals to me more is just what a pain it is for server operators to set up email. And if we could find some other way to do this, obviously that would be better. Dark Crystal is a neat idea as well, but it's the same thing. Like, you know, citizenship, quality, yield. It's a good opening candidate for what CQYs are. Maybe we just never figure out what CQY stands for, but we just pretend like it's the new hype. Could use other networks, but we don't at this stage have. Yeah, you could basically do single sign-on from other networks, but it's also, first of all, not significantly less of a pain because setting up single sign-on in a service is a little bit of management overhead, configuration overhead, and it's also just kind of not where we're at. Yeah, it's just like CS is kind of where my head's at, but Lorenzo, you're making a decent point. I mean, if you got SSO, then like between, I mean, in some ways though, that is a little bit less open, so to speak, than like just doing email because like, think about some of the initial people we're going to be appealing to. If the only way you can do a cow recover is if you have a Google or Twitter or Facebook account, there might be a little bit of like, what the fuck is this? How dare you? Also, the SSO that we're talking about implementing is actually not about. Well, we may at one point want to be able to sign into other services. The SSO that we're talking about implementing in the Citizen stack is being able to sign in to using your Citizen server into other things. Yeah. So, like, okay, if we were to do something like you're suggesting here, we would want to have. It would be basically sign in with some other means. I mean, it's setting up email when you're running your own server just sucks. There's no question about it. And not only does it suck, but then you do have that problem of like spam folder action. Yeah. If you did it like that, supposing you actually, let me think. It would have to be something like in the forgotten password flow, you would put in your user ID, and then it would be a specific flow in which it's like, okay, sign in using some other service that has your email publicly listed, so that we can then ensure that you actually own that email. Yeah. In my experience, when I've done this in the past, I had to set up a custom app for every origin. At least I did it with Twitter, and that's what you had to do. So the setup for the OAuth, it involved having to basically register an app with Twitter's developer thing. Yeah, so like with Twitter, you got to create an application at Twitter developers. Same with Facebook. Yeah. So that's not going to work. That's in some ways just as bad as, if not worse than, the email problem. No, because like, supposing we did it with just like citizenry, right? Citizenry proves ownership of an email and then tells the server, like, hey, trust me, this person, we would have to have something that we could do. It's not feasible, CS. And I mean, what you're talking about, like sending a one-time password to email, I mean, then we're back at the same starting point. We might as well just stick with what we're doing. But the reason it's not feasible to do it in just the session is you got multiple devices to think about, and you never know if local storage, like iPhones, will clear out local storage periodically without any ability to stop it from doing that. Lorenzo, if we were going to have citizenry do that auth, it would need to have a token produced, which can be confirmed independently. The kind of thing where, like, we take the token that's given here and ship it out to the server, and then the server would have to find some way to validate that token. I think we're just gonna do email on this, y'all. Well, using the email-based flow, you can always add two-factor auth on top of that. Getting your account hacked by email isn't cool. You know what is cool? Getting 1 billion accounts hacked. If you add two-factor auth, that would just be a separate thing that like you have to you would do the normal forgotten password flow, and then it would still require you to pass the two-factor auth. Let's take a quick look at how Amazon SES works, if I can use this kind of just the SMTP transport. I imagine you can, but they have a SES specific module, and I'm not really sure why. I know, there's a reason I didn't want to do this. This is by far the most boring task. Just sucks. It's not fun. It's not interesting. If no, of course I'm not gonna. It'll be. I just need to know if I need to like detect if you're using SES and do things differently if you are. Because SES will be a common provider, and I just need to know. In fact, that's probably the one I'm going to use. It's very cheap. $1 billion hacked users. So I was thinking about like one of the things So I was thinking about like one of the things we have to kind of figure out for ourselves with this project is there's some kind of community that we want to tap into, right? Once we're ready to go beta and start sharing this with people, who is CTZN for, right? And it could be a lot of things. It could be like, it could be for, you know, Twitter is for like news junkies. You got Reddit, which is for like relatively younger people and kind of nerds, really. Um, you have, just to give a simple and clear example, you have things like Parler, which is really geared towards, or Gab, geared towards for the right wing. You could make a thing that's for like crypto communities. None of those are the ones that I'm suggesting, but like they're big communities that have an interest in having platforms for them. Kind of thinking maybe the one for us is just nerds. It feels like a proper intersection of our existing community and what this thing is geared towards. Social network for nerds. I don't know, maybe. Because nerds, first of all, everybody has a nerd inside of them. Everybody's nerdy about something. So getting you matched with your nerdity is something that I would really quite like. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Exactly. No, but that's a very specific kind of being a nerd. And we can be even, you know, more broad than that. Yeah, Halt and Catch Fire was pretty good. Okay, so it looks like they do have an SMTP endpoint, so I'm wondering if there's what the difference is, like why. I'm not gonna hard bind, so nobody worry. There will be no hard binding of the software to using SES. But there's a really good chance that that's what I'll use for my servers. Okay, I think we can just use SMTP. Which we were going to use, but we don't have to special case SES. Alright. Yeah, I'm just not a major fan of Mastodon for a couple of reasons. I didn't really love the UI. I found their approach to decentralization by federation and communities being tied to servers to be a little cloying. I mean, you're in a situation where like your involvement in the network is going to be significantly determined by the server that you pick, and so you're presented with an impossible initial choice. How do you choose your first server? You know, you can barely figure out what the differences are between them, and they try to advertise themselves, but like it's much nicer if you can find yourself getting into any community in the network as if you were joining the server in Mastodon after you're there and able to look around what's happening. So that's a major thing that bothers me. I don't really like the UI that much, and it also just doesn't feel that different from Twitter. Now, I know you can make the same observation about where we're at now, but I think we're going to be able to move in interesting ways. away from the Twitter style experience, and so that's kind of more my jam. Not trying to harsh on Mastodon by any stretch, but I just think it's a good idea to have. It's a good idea to have some kind of sense about like what we're doing different. Communities, you can when we fix the remote joining process, you're able to participate in communities that live on other servers, and it will feel just like it's, there's no difference. But the indexing stuff, if you wanted to try to distribute the actual indexing of a community between multiple different servers, you would need some kind of consensus protocol between those servers, which you could get into. It's not a non-option, but you're probably better off just sticking with the single host and keeping it simple. But who knows? I mean, maybe over time we find that, like, you know what? We scale better if we find a way to distribute that or something like that. But consensus over the internet is generally slow. See, for instance, blockchain throughput. It's not impossible. It can be, better, but it's just, I don't know. If we don't need it, let's avoid complex distributed design. For somebody that's a distributed systems enthusiast, my main vibe is avoid it as much as possible. I don't know, CQY feels, I don't know if data sharding is hot enough, it needs to be a little more. It's the kind of thing where, like, I got into CQY and now I'm living my best life. Now I got fame, money, got a hot new startup. What is it? It's augmented reality meets CQI. What does that mean? Nobody knows, but we know it's hot. So, big tech. Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to hit scaling limits with the communities at some point. We'll just have to deal with it when we deal with it. Yeah, that's accurate, Lorenzo. If you want your server to support the recovery flow, yeah, that's what it's going to need. I mean, we could set up a thing where, like, maybe the servers declare whether or not they got it set up, and if not, you can email the admin. Yeah, but I think the key here, CS, is that nobody ever has an answer for what CQI is. Maybe what we do is we get a bunch of, like, technical mumbo jumbo that you start saying to somebody whenever they ask what CQI is. Basically, anytime anybody asks what I'm working on. Well, you see, we use a peer-to-peer data mesh, and their eyes just glaze over. Yeah, so it is pretty simple to just, maybe we ought to seriously consider this, that we just, like, don't. I mean, if you do it that way, you're gonna have to respond to emails from people in a timely fashion to help them when they forget their password. Now, we should go ahead and get this in, and then if it's not configured, we'll support that. So, that's a relatively, because what you would do is you'd email from the email address that you'd be trying to confirm ownership of, and then basically really all that means is it's two things. One is server declares support of sending emails, and then we have, and the UI reflects this. Server declares support email address, and then a TUI for changing passwords, and there you have it. That's generally the idea, right, Lorenzo? And then you'll have to copy and paste it into Citizenry, because I mean, we could have the email send you to Citizenry, but that's assuming which app they're using, which they may not be using the same app. Snail mail, yeah. You know, hold on one second. Before we commit to this, there is the possibility of using a mobile phone number instead of email. And the nice thing about doing it by SMS is when you're on your phone, at least on the iPhone, it will basically allow you to press a button to pull the code, the recovery code from the... So I'm getting a no phone number from Big Tech. All right, screw it. We'll stick with email. Besides, if you do it by email, then we can have the, recovery can be done without the server automating the sending of the recovery token and things like that. So, and actually, maybe it shouldn't have a TUI for changing passwords. It should be a TUI for minting recovery codes. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. Because it's not like you're going to tell by email what you want your new password to be. Even when I'm ostensibly working on this, I am working my hardest not to work on this. So what would EDE, email recovery, look like? You could do a paper key, but that's kind of a novel pain in the butt in my opinion. Tutanota. They use a paper key. That's what their thing is. Yeah, it's just the thing about paper keys is sort of similar to the problems that you get with. I mean, it's not a terrible approach. It's just a little hard. It's a little hard to make something that mainstream people can not screw up. Users are pretty dumb, including me. The other thing to think about is like when you're doing paper keys, again, it's one of those flow problems where like I'm signing up for something I'm not even sure if I care about it. And so if it's like, now you need to write this down on paper or store this somewhere, I'm like, I don't even know if I care about this thing. Why are you making me go through this? Okay. Focus up, buddy. Focus up. Pretty sure they got a debug transport. They got an API reference somewhere. This is feeling harder than it should be. Come on, where's the... There you go. A moderate security vulnerability in Node Mailer, huh? Oh, no, in PM2. What a fun feature. Actually, I want to keep you open. Oh gosh, I don't know about y'all, but I get spam calls just routinely. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom real fast. So, when I post my account to a server index, is that cryptographically signed by me? All things in Citizen are signed. Whenever you have a index getting involved, like a an index will look like this, right? And so it doesn't copy over the data, it just points to it, and then that will end up right? So it's going to look up off your thing. So it's cryptographically signed by your private key. Depending on where your private key is held, it kind of depends on your perspective as to whether or not it's signed by you, per se. Signed by the private key that represents you. Okay. So far, so good. Look at that code. Oh, wow. Is that right? Yeah, how about that? I have a, I put a lock on this update notifications cleared out, which is pretty common. But yeah, I'm supposed to put a lock on it, but it's not a row level lock, it's a table level, table lock. And that's not what you want. So that was dumb. Alright, how much entropy do we need? See if anybody has any particular. 8 bytes should be plenty. If that actually might be more than we want to do. Let me think. If we constrain it to numbers, so just digits, you got 0 through 9. So 10 possible combinations. And then let's say you did an 8-digit code. You got 100 million combinations out of 8 digits. And a million out of that. There is a timing element here. Like the recovery code won't stay there after you've completed recovery. I think we can get away with the 6-digit code here. That's 256, that would be 512. Let me think. Still a little hungover, so I can't, off the top of my head, think about how many bits I need to generate what I need here. 8 times 4. 4 bytes gets us more than we need. That gets us slightly more than we need. We'll go with that. So it'll generate 3 bytes of random. That seems suitable, man. Yeah, I knew 2fixed was a function. Aha! But 2fixed isn't actually what I want. No, I really just want left pad. Since when is that not truthy? Oh, failed to send email. Wow, I was misreading that the whole time. Failed to send an email, SMTP. Of course, I misspelled SMTP. Ah, because I forgot to run the setup. Sorry that I'm not more talkative, I'm just a little low energy. Yeah, well, my thing is just because I'm hungover. minute, hour, 24. Let me make sure I got that right real quick. Okay, I think that's a winner. Let's give it a shot. That's a winner. I even thought to remember an expiration time. Alright. So if somebody sets a password change code and then doesn't finish the flow, nobody can attack the password change codes, which are only 4 bytes of entropy, which is relatively low, so you want to put a window on it. And I guess what that would mean is that you have 24 hours to try that number of combinations. And we have a to do rate limiting on logins, and when we do that, we'll also okay. So let me think. That's going to handle both the forgotten password and the change password flow. Confirming your email seems like the sort of thing that like I don't want to make part of the don't really want to make that part of the don't want to make that part of the sign up, but maybe something that we eventually do as like a thing you can do later. So let's actually just skip that for now. And now we gotta do some UI work. I gotta use the bathroom, so BRB. Okay. So I need to set debug mode. And now in citizenry, I just saw something that's not good. I need to change this. I'm going to create an account page. Actually, why don't we call this? Yeah, we'll call it account. Okay, so now we have an account page. And we need to add to the side menu That's odd. Why are they doing that? Yikes. Okay. Worry about that later. Actually, that's kind of not terrible. There's something outside. I just need to make sure it wasn't kit meowing. Be right back. Yeah. May not have been her, but she did want in. All right. Oh, I know. You're a little kitty. What? Okay, so real quick, I'm going to temporarily. Yeah, you're a little kitty. You're very cute. You're cuddling me real nicely. That's very sweet. Say I love you. And I'm going to temporarily have this code get logged. She's not allowed to stream. she's not old enough. I think you got to be at least 13. You're too young, kitty. She wants attention real bad. Come here, baby. Yeah, come here. There we go. Yeah, sweetheart. I love you. Okay. Okay. Hey, Lars. What is... Oh, bummer. Really glad I decided not to book a ticket on that. See you, Paulo. All right, and then we got crash. Need to do this. Great. Looking good. Let's see how we're looking on mobile. Okay, that's a little bit of a shit show. Okay. That's good. Now we need to do the forgot password flow. The add new class. What's the add new class? Not sure what you're talking about there. Oh, this thing right here. Oh, yeah. So it's in the elements inspector. You got to click the .cls right there. Especially handy whenever you're using Tailwind. Yep. Oh, you missed all kinds of fun stuff. We're pretty close. The change password flow is all done, and now we just need to get the forgot password flow, which is similar but slightly different. Any big revelations? Nah, he's referring to something in DevTools. My hungover butt needs a nap. We're real close here, so I just want to wrap this. So my thinking on that big tech is, if that's something that users want to have, I would love to have that option for them. But if that's not something that they, the average user doesn't want to have to be super responsible for their shit. They want the server to fix this shit for them. So I'm inclined not to do anything that makes life more of a chore. I mean, it's a pretty standard approach to this. Like I said, I'm open to having other mechanisms here in the long run, but the first one, the default one, really just needs to be kind of the normal thing that everybody knows and is familiar with. Hey, Lorenzo. Get you on the next one. Right. Yeah, just need to wrap this flow up and then we can call it a stream. Ooh. Whoa. That's not good. What just happened there? Why is it just acting like that worked? Oh, because it's calling the same. Yeah. Okay. So the code is there, or at least some approximation of it. And now I'm just going to need to try to set it up in Citizen 1 to make sure it's all working right. But I'm going to need to do that off stream.
Citizen.
And I'm not going to push that yet because the Citizen server needs to get updated.
Citizen.
Okay, that's a wrap for today. I really gotta use the bathroom 1 sec. Sorry, drinking so much water. I use the bathroom a lot. Time for the ceremonial end of stream guitar. This is my way of telling everybody the stream is over. Playing myself out. So anybody got any last questions or items they want to talk about before we wrap today? Hey Nico, you're coming in right at the end. I'm just playing myself out and giving everybody a chance to ask any questions or talk about anything before we call it a stream. You know, I just can't promise that's going to be anytime soon. I'm open to the idea, but it's just not really a big value add in the near term. Just got so many other things that we ought to be focusing on. It's totally doable to add as a future feature, but... Alright. Well, you know, if people are going to be using paper keys or recovery keys, there'll be more advanced users. Anyway, it'd be one thing if it was just like non-zero effort to add in, but we just have such a huge queue of things to hit. So these two were done. Leave this for tomorrow. And I'll actually do that before the stream starts. Configure my email and stuff. And then we'll start the stream and do the rest. All right. Have a good rest of your Wednesday or a fine Thursday, depending on where you're at in your time zone. And I'll catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Citizens.